Hello. Up. Okay, so I think it's official. I'm addicted to this game. It is really good. I have a couple hours, and I figured let me come and play some more. Um, I know there's a festival coming up, like a tree planting festival. But other than that, I don't really know what is going to be coming up. But I want to finish giving creatures to the museum so we can get that expanded. And I want to try to clear a lot of the ocean in my farm because I want chickens. I don't know if we'll be able to get chickens on this playthrough, but soon. Oh, and I'm uploading these to YouTube. So I just have to go through and post the first one. I think I'm going to start posting these either Tuesdays or Wednesdays. And I think I'll post them once a week to YouTube. It's taking a little bit longer today because I'm uploading second VOD of mine right now. My computer's doing a little bit extra. Come on, game. You can do it. Hmm. This takes too long loading. I'm gonna have to stop the uploading in the background. Okay, yeah, I want to try to get these, at least this one done. So let's see. Oh, yeah, it's taking a long time to load. Right. These, not yet. Okay, well. I only have one piece of food. Oh gosh. Okay, what do we have in? This is going way too slow. I don't have any. Oh, I do have food in there. I can eat that. I think we can eat that. I don't know if this does anything for me. Underwater. But I also would like to fish. Where do I want to fish? I want to fish somewhere that we haven't fished before. Phone. I wonder if I go over here. Yeah, I haven't fished on my property. That let's go. Hopefully in like 15 minutes this will be done loading up. It's not a fish. So I double checked online about the flyers and yeah, they're just trash. It just takes up another spot in your inventory. I wanted to make sure I should sell them all. Gramp. Uh-oh. Fish, stop thrashing. Let me get you. Tilapia. Remember if I offered that at to the goddess. More trash. Okay. Yeah, I was just looking at that. Whaley fish. I guess we could do it. Okay, this is a good one. Shoot, that's what I was trying to avoid. Oh man. That was close too. Of course. I get trash. That's fine. Mackerel. Perfect. Another mackerel. Let's see. Oh yeah, I'm at Tequila. F. That's your tool. Oh yeah, I have a point for diving. Yeah, 100% increase. Hello. Dude. I just got a notification. Your computer is low on. Okay. Be donated, and then I will sell that one. Donated and offered. Okay, so we're selling these two. And then after this, if I get a fish, then we're done. If I get trash, then we're doing another fish. Mackerel. Alright, well, at least we know if we need mackerel, we know where to go. Hold on, there's more water. Okay, well, I guess maybe one more. Doesn't quite seem like a mackerel. Crayfish. Did I not get crayfish? We did donate crayfish. Okay, let's go. We know that crayfish and mackerel are up here. There's flour. I want to go for the flying bugs. The flying bugs. It runs so loud even after I put the volume down. Let me put the flour away. Oh yeah, I didn't sell the trash. Okay. There's somebody walking back there. Who's this, the mayor? The judge. Visiting this part of the island is always a treat. Okay. If you don't have anything else to say, then okay. Just gonna sell the garbage and drop off the fish. No, we want to sell this fish too. I have no use for it, so now let's go to dive. Song takes me back. It's so much nicer to go out there and fish now. I don't have to stand in the freezing cold anymore. That's good. Go dive. Do, 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 do. I gotta get this one. Do, 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 do. How you gonna see me when I wasn't that close? Mr. Pom Pom. Mm-hmm. Thing has to be close. Not be that far. And here's more. Okay, well, we're gonna find something over here. Hi, Lord Sasumoru21. Have you played Coral Island? There we go. But this one is probably one of these. Yeah, it's this one. So they can be close to it. That's weird. You have? Do you like it? You said, oh, you have the game but haven't touched it. Yeah, I just started playing because it's pretty much finished now. I didn't want to play it beforehand. Mysterious coffer. Let me try to get the... Oop, I'm about to pass out and eat. No game is ever finished because they can always update it. I mean, they can, but most developers stop at a certain point. But at least the storyline with this and like the relationships you can have with people are complete. so it doesn't feel like it's early access. I need 2 more in this area. Oh, stamina. What can I eat? That they can stop updating doesn't mean it's finished. Eh. Two more of those things. I don't understand how they could be so far away. Yeah, I figured it wouldn't be up close. And I don't have any more food. We're gonna have to go up. That's it. Get this. Oops. I'm not. Oh, I did get it. Good. They just stopped supporting it doesn't mean game is finished. Well, to me, that means the game is finished. Because it's not gonna be. It doesn't seem like a complete game, you know what I mean? Well, I think I can get this too. It's moving. Alright, we have 12 energy. Time to go up. And go visit the blacksmiths. Are they still open? I think they're open till like 6. Players will always want more these days. I just want a complete storyline. More garbage. Let me make sure they're open. They are till 6. Perfect. 2 flowers. Not gonna get that now. Do I have space? 1, 2. Yes, I do. I don't have anything to donate. Here's a bug that I already have. Here's is that Archie? I don't remember if his name is Archie. Ooh, food, perfect. Alright, upgrade. Ooh, ancient map. Clay vessel. I don't think I have either one of those, so that's perfect. Do I have? Yes, I have something I can give both of them. Let me see if they like these. Daffodil, thank you. You're very generous. Oh, does that mean you like daffodils? I appreciate it, thanks. Let me see. No, that's Archie. Pablo likes daffodils. Okay. Oh, and Raphael likes tulips. Perfect. What was that little boy's name? Oliver. Okay. Me, games like these is never a finish. Well, see, and games like these are so good because, especially if you're a completionist, it's hard for like us to ever finish playing it. There's always so many things that you can collect. And then different ways you can have your house look. Oh, yeah. Oh, I wanted to donate some stuff. Need this to open. Donate item. Okay, so I finished the circle. And yeah, that's it, just a circle. Okay. Let me go put my stuff out for sale. I don't think I'm gonna eat this today because I don't really see the point. I have 6 left to get to the museum. I keep running past what I want. Okay, shipping bin. Put the crabs and the shell and the starfish. Part of me wants to put the rest of the stuff, but I won't do that. Let me put them away for later. My tools to always be on the same level. Am I missing a tool? I must have misjudged. I think because I had kept that there. Alright. Okay. This is kind of making me... I could have given... Oh, those were crabs. Those weren't bugs. I was gonna say I could have given those to Eleanor. But no, she likes crab, or she likes bugs. I have a common starfish that I kept. Silver kelp. I need 5 of these. I'm trying to think, is there something I can make? Yeah, I can make more bronze bars. That I'm like, I can say I've done everything I came to this game for. Is it ever truly finished? Yeah, and I'm that person who never finishes everything I came to the game for. I like to complete everything. Maybe I'll go ahead and eat this. And chop down the trees. Yikes. Let me get the little ones then. Alright, that's it. We're gonna be going to bed early. Or do I want to run around looking for fruit and vegetables? No, we may as well. Things that I don't have to chop down. Since it's only 7, we can stay out till midnight and come back tomorrow with all of our energy. And we may as well talk to Kenny. Is it just me or does everything feel quieter around here? Quieter than what? Being a first-time farmer must be challenging. There's a lot to get used to, huh? All right. Oh, we don't have that. Try to get it. Come on. No, I can't see it. All right, well, I scared it away. That wasabi? That is wasabi and mushrooms. Oh. Joko, there are simple craft projects you can make yourself to improve your farm. I don't get a runny nose in spring, but my stomach does hurt a little when I did drink too much milk. But when I drink too much milk. Well, don't drink too much milk. Oh, I didn't even see that. Oh, yeah. Dead end. Let's go into the observatory. Ooh, trash can. Honestly, even though I live right next to the hot spring, I hardly ever go there. Well, I can look at it and see why you don't go there. It's not full. There's no water. Oh, you live here too? There's this pink tree next to the hot spring. Do you know what it is? Cherry, maybe? Or I have no idea. I bet she would like wasabi. I don't want to give it to her though. Because I'm gonna need it tomorrow. Let's go back here. Empty. All right. Just go back and find stuff for another maybe in-game hour. More wasabi. So I could have given her wasabi. I see that. Where'd it go? Why do I keep turning away from it? Is that two? No, that's just the one. And it was in disappear. Oh, cherries. Mm. Hey. Okay. When you hit zero energy, you've done too much. Let me see if I can. There's nothing here to donate. I've already donated wasabi. I can put the trash away, the cherries away. Trash, scrap. Those will be eaten tomorrow. Wait, I'm like, you came to this game to achievement hunt. You've done everything you came to this game. You set out for, but it truly never finished. Hmm. More stamina and health. Bug jerky. Okay, yeah, we did do a little bit of everything. Catching, fishing, a little foraging. Let's see. Check something quickly. Pull this up. If what I was trying to download it. Oh, it might have. Okay, resume game. Yay, harvest. Okay, so now with the carrots, I can go and offer them to the goddess. I think it finishes that category. But water the rest. Let me go do the offering. Grab the. Oh, I didn't even see what it says I was gonna get. Sugarcane seeds, good. And I remember sugarcane seeds, I think they're good for the whole season. 8, nice. And you can harvest them over and over. So, oh well. Now let me keep that. Well, no. I'll come back and get it. Come back and get that too. That I can eat. Let me. And really, I keep wondering because I don't know if that actually works underwater. So. Wait, I just saw one that opened by the lighthouse. I'll have to check that out later. This is always open. Hmm. There it is, finally. This is crazy. Oh, yeah, that's why I did want to keep the net. Oh well. Just can't catch anything with the net now. Oh, perfect. That's sea salt. Not letting me harvest. There we go. Now I can do the offering for that. Blocked. Let me make sure the other one shows. Okay, yeah, you have to be able to see it for it to happen. And it's blocked. Okay. Glad I came back. Oh, more, this. Pretty. It's nice and clean. A lot of sea salt. I see 4 pieces. I only had 4 when I came down here. Well, there's the turtle. Another coffer. Oh, blocked, I can tell. Oh, we got seeds. Okay, so I opened 3. Oh, the turtle's released and has a gift. Take the gift. You don't understand what they said. Okay. Scuba snack. Well, thank you. What's his name? Thank you, turtle. Yeah, let me go ahead and start eating some stuff. Clear my pockets. I get wood. Perfect. I was hoping to get another coffer too. These have to have a coffer. Up over here. No? You don't want to give me a coffer? Well, jeez. Okay, well. Those are finished. I don't think I went past the turtle though. Yeah, I don't think I went past the... No, I did not. Let me actually... heal the ocean. Okay, to open that. Definitely not been up here. Oh, there's some mushrooms. And more salt. We're gonna fall out in a second. Eat this. And... another coffer. Another coffer. Something tells me when I get a kitchen, I'll be able to cook the scallops. I could be wrong. Of course, it always goes to some random piece of trash. And it's stuck again. Go through the next area. So I've been doing good. Got through 11. Think this is more food? Yeah, Pacific oyster. But okay, so there's two. Anchor. There's a slug. We can get this mushroom. Oh, there's three over here, not two. It's good. Another one. Another one. Mm. I just have to eat all the turnips. Thank you. I was gonna say there has to be at least one in the middle of here. So this is gonna block it. Well, we got a coffer out of that. Nice, nice. All right, go up. I didn't see what time the blacksmith's closed. Oh, Macy's here. I think that's her name. Open till 6. Perfect. Say hi to Macy. My head hurts. It's the light. Do you... I always see you by the sea. Do you like scallops? It's just lovely, but no. Alright. I tried. 7 coffers. Yeah, we need to get there. Get to the farm. Empty my pockets somewhat. Shoot. Shoot. And really, I'm gonna take these with me. Okay. have enough spaces. I was trying to make sure. Why didn't I put that away? Well, I can try to give them as gifts. I know she likes bugs, but do you like scallops? I'd like to say thank you, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure. What am I supposed to do with this? Okay. What about maybe I can swing by the tavern for dinner before heading home? Well, you can't give her any presents. Okay. I know she's gonna hate it. Suki. I'm confused. Whatever, Suki. He's the one I gave a violet to and she hated it. Oh, here, Archie, or Oliver. I keep calling him Archie. This grown-ups are weird. Okay, well. Got some scrap. 5 o'clock. C.I. Joe, that's funny. Silver kelp, that's nice. Ancient compass, ooh. Bronze kelp. Another masquerade mask. Chipped pottery jug, which I think I already had. I already had the optical, whatever that is, glass prism. More trash. Another ancient map. Okay. So I think I have enough now. I have to go to give an offering with the salt, but I think I have enough now to actually let me give flower to the little girl, Valentina. Oop, thanks, I guess. Okay, bye. Trying to be nice. I have enough to update my enchant my tools. I know what I'm trying to say. Get to the lake, gotta get to the lake. Is this the way to the lake? Not quite. Maybe, yeah, right here. Just say hello to her. I'm on a roll right now. Okay, well, let me not bother you, ma'am. Oh, this is open now. Monster loot? I have silky fur, monster essence, and goop, but I don't think I have 5. Barn animals. Oh, dried? Okay, we need to get some animals. Eggs? Yeah, see. I'm excited for eggs. I don't have any fruit plants. Ocean loot. My sea salt. Okay. I want to know what each of them will give me, though. Well, it'll be a surprise. That'll be a greenhouse. This will be a dig site. Oh, for fossils, maybe? Cave of Memories. Interesting. Now let's go to the... Oh my gosh, all these bugs. Let's go to the museum to donate the artifacts, and then what was a fly? I mean, I don't need it. I could eat that. Yeah. I got a fly. We'll sell the fly. Actually, let me see. Did I make anybody? Oh, I have a mastery point for catching. Ooh. Lowers awareness of insects and ocean critters. That will be great. Better quality. I don't really care right now. Double insects and critters. I don't really care right now. Light feet is really what's gonna help. Okay, did I give anybody something that they dislike? X goes to the next. Oh no, R goes to the next person. Okay, the scallops. I guess I haven't given that many gifts in general because I just want to see if there's a pattern. The scallops. Alright, well, we just won't give any more of those scallops away. Sorry, guys. Yeah, he dislikes it. Oh, yeah, because I thought he liked that one. So, stuff by the sea people tend to not like. Yeah. And hates. Ah! Poor Suki. Mm. Okay, now we're back to the beginning. I have to plant that, donate what I can, and then find something to enchant. Oh, and somebody might want something that I have. No, it looks like nobody wants anything. Yeah, there's no errands. Oh, Taco's busy taking a nap. Let's see, what's a good spring look? Something flowy, definitely. A nice pastel makeup tone. What else? Are you eavesdropping on me? What? I thought you were talking to me. Let's check the calendar. There's a festival in 2 days. Oh, my pockets are full, right? Just 2? Yeah. Oh, 3. Okay. I would say there's at least 3. So yeah, 1, 2, 3, and 4 because I have another mask. So I think that's all you need. Alright, I need another. Oh, small fish bait. Recycling. Make sure. Oh, yeah, I already have one. Perfect. What I want to do is. This. Me do too. Let's just do it. Ning. This one will be artifact. Even though, in reality, ooh, what should I? I'm trying to think now. Now that I have an artifacts one, now it's making me think, should I sell my artifacts that I have right now? Because I could use the money, you know? This should be in organic materials. Diving. So let me take the mining stuff out of the diving. Mining, 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 mining. So this is, I should have just done it the opposite way. Think of all the money I could get for this. I think I might. That way I can get animals. No, because I feel like once I get animals, I'm gonna really take off with, you know, stuff up at the top. Mining, mining. Oh. Yeah, yeah. I don't need these enchanted. Let me get my animals. I can clear some space. I'm excited. Did I leave the... I sure did leave the fly up there. Now I get the snail, because I can get another snail. It's only bronze. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. That's food. That's food, food. Let me actually put the food together. Okay, so selling, yes. 10, 25, 29, 84. Well, it's not as much as I was thinking. But, okay. At least get this down. I'll leave the stump. all I need is another 1,000. Oh my gosh, crossing my fingers. Ooh, other 1,000. I don't know what other is, but okay. Ooh. Where is this? Huh. Yay! Oh, it's 3,000. I'm so happy. Ooh, tell. And I can plant. Where are those seeds? Oh yeah, I was gonna wait till summer. Oh well. Because I don't know what is gonna grow. Oh, I could have put it right there. Whatever. Are there coconuts? I think I got all the coconuts. Ooh. It looks like you're ready for this. This is a basic sprinkler. Place it in your field and it'll water some of your crops for you. The best part, you can craft as many of these as you need as long as you have necessary materials. Mayor Connor is saying the town is looking for volunteers to attend the tree planting festival tomorrow. If you'd like to take part, stop by between 8 a.m. and 2 p.m. We meet in the forest right behind your farm. We'll start the festival as soon as we have enough volunteers. We sure could use the helping hand of a farmer like you. We will be there tomorrow. Don't worry. Four and five. Yeah. Or no, because it'll okay. So I have food with me. What I want to do, I think it's the carpenter, but they're not open yet. So let me just go foraging. Actually, what I should do is clear some space, right? Because where am I going to put the animals? Like, there's so much space, but there's not. Put it in a corner here. There's also a tree that I tapped down here. Oh, my inventory is always full. There's something I can eat? Yes. Maple syrup. I don't know what to do with that, but put the maple syrup in here. Ranch is closed today? That's fine. carpenter's closed today. Oh, I was so excited. I was so excited. Okay, they're open today till 2. No more mastery. You know what? So I've cleared. Pick that up. Let me get these trees out of the way. I don't remember how. Oh. I don't remember exactly how big it is. I'll get this tree. I'll get that rock. And I'll get this. Yeah, that's what I needed. And then we'll go back under the water. Yeah, because I have 3 things of food. I'll remember to bring my net this time. Yeah, that one just opened up. I'll have to go check it out. I keep saying that. Ew. Like Ursula's underneath. Be prepared. Here's that thing nobody wants. There's 2 more in this area. There's a slug. Let me let it get away. Oh, did I not? Oh, they do want me to enchant a tool. Okay. What did I meet that's an extra? Grantle. What is it? Where can I... Oh, here. What am I looking for? Gems, fossils, forageables. No, caught. Yeah, it's caught, right? Slug? Sea critters. Oh, I didn't donate the slug. Okay. Why I'm not really playing my other save file right now because I keep forgetting what I did and didn't donate. Help can be used to increase seed quality. Where are the things? There's two. I like that there's random fish swimming that can't be caught unless you're fishing. That's kind of a good touch. I don't want to leave until I have those two, you know? Maybe one of them's in here since the last one was in the sludge. No? I know I have those stamina. This is wild. That is all the food that I have. Yeah. Are we gonna get these while I'm out here? Hmm. Okay. Can I get the second one with as low energy as I have? I don't think I'm gonna be able to do it. Let me at least go to see this one finish. Good. I was gonna say there's nothing to get in the way because I've cleared everything. Literally everything. No, I might have to come back. Can we come back to the same place today? Executing emergency exit protocol. What does that mean? Oh. Okay, I didn't lose anything. So the good thing is we might not. You know what? I gotta get some food because I can't walk this slow. I think the dive bar is over here. I get some food. Maybe I can run. No, it's 20 minutes. Well, I have 2 coffers for tomorrow. If I have enough energy, I'll be able to go back under. And I mean, you know, luckily I have money. And let's see, 105 for 60. I feel like there's the other one is better. Oh, fishing proficiency. Yeah, I want to go back down there because I want to get that last one. I would use this to fish, but I really want to get that last coral site taken care of since I don't have that much left to clear. Okay. Watch it be this. Ooh, there's another slug. Oops. Gosh. So is it gonna come from over here? Ooh, and we have another turtle. Okay, there's food. Good, let's go ahead and eat it. I see 2 things of salt. Is that food too? Yes, I think it is. And I saw another slug in the garbage. It's gonna get away. Oh. -2. I have to get back down here today. Gotta find something. Oh, I do have the food. But I need to get... I want to spend all my money. So let me get up by the school. So up by the school is where you can buy... Oh, look at the kids. Oh, that's still there from yesterday. Did I? Because I don't know. Okay. It's just the one. And it's more things to... Well, this you can eat it though. Other items I'm going to sell. But I want to get food. Let me make sure I get there before they close. And then we can go back underwater. Everybody's out on a Saturday. Ooh, more food. You're not open? Okay. Yeah, that's enough. Stay over $2,000. See, that is so worth it. And I'm not gonna eat all of it because I might get the whatever that spot is called open right away. And I'll come back up and socialize with everyone. Maybe. I don't know. Oh, I need to go to the lighthouse tonight. Just to see what that's all about. Mm-mm. I was gonna sell these, right? Yeah. Let's go back to diving. Need to open that up. You know what is still there? These. Watch it? Who knows? Okay. I was gonna feel real stupid if it was over there. What is this? Ooh! Oh, I could have gotten it. It ran away from me. There we go. Hoping to get a coffer. Yay, yay! How pretty. Oh, it's another turtle. She got another gift for me. Hold on. Take the gift girdle. You don't understand what they said. Well, thank you for the silver kelp girdle. Is this like a cliff? Yeah, we can't go down there. Huh. Okay, what part? Oh, this opened up. Nice. Oh, not really. Okay. Now I have to find the next area. I don't necessarily need to start clearing it, but I want to find it to put my anchor there for next time. Go up there. Okay. No. So where did I miss? This is once again just looking down. There's 6 more sites. Okay, this might be. No, I came from here. Harvest these, because you can eat those. Let me get the. I don't remember seeing this. Ooh, I don't think I have that. Whatever that is. Yeti crab. Ew, its main food is bacteria it grows in its pinchers. Well, that's something, huh? It was forageable. Okay, so we've been over here. There's a map, right? So I've cleared those. Okay, so it'll be down here. There's 6 more because there's one here that I didn't do, so I need to do that one. Oh, there's 7 more, I guess. Let me try to do the one that showed. It must be over here. There's a lot of trash and more kelp. I want to find it so I can set my thing down in front of it. There's some salt. Past it. More food. That's food too, I see it. Right? No, it's not. Yep. There's another Yeti. Crap. Go. Here it is. Okay. This way when I come back I'll know that this is where I need to clear. Oop, wrong one. Yeah, we can stay down here. No more food. Getting late. We have an hour. Let's take this. I have 200 energy, so I'm gonna try to find it within the 50 minutes. See, that was worth it. Mm. Perfect. That was so worth it. Still got 20 minutes. Look at that. Make sure I can clear everything out the way. Don't you dare snatch me up before this counts. Come on. Woohoo! We got our 15. Oh, oh, maybe that didn't count. We'll see tomorrow. That was so close. Like, like so rude. Ooh. Yeah, no, we're not gonna take those. Because I have an hour. I want to go to the lighthouse. I could have just fast traveled, but I didn't think about it. Because we want to be asleep by midnight. Okay, so, okay. I just wanted to see where it was, to be honest. Back to the farm. Artifacts, sorry. Or everything. There we go. Oh yeah, I was gonna. We can keep those to eat. So 30 minutes. Oh, we reached rank E. There's new books. Okay. Okay. Plugs are going. We still have to donate the one. Um. Sleep. I just want to make sure we're asleep before midnight so we get all of our energy. Oh my gosh, look at this, look at this, look at this. Town rank E, new seeds at the store, clothing, books, pet adoption. And tier 1, research and development at the lab, fruit plants. Ooh. So wait a minute, we might not get chickens, we might get ducks. Oh my gosh, and they're sheep. Merit earned 300. And you get scrap stuff, more health and stamina. Lily and Walter are up. What did I do for Lily and Walter? I don't remember. Well, that's good. There's a festival running today. Consider checking it out. I do remember that. Till 2 o'clock. I want to make sure I can do some other stuff first. So, we have to donate. Okay. In just a few days, White Flamingo will open a new boutique in the heart of Starlet Town. Let us help you find your new outfit from Antonio. I'm excited. Okay. I've been working on automation and quality of life devices. They'll make things easier for you on the farm. Here's a prototype of one of them, the auto fertilizer. This nifty gadget can be attached to your sprinklers. Excuse me, and when loaded with fertilizer, it will automatically disperse it in the surrounding soil. I can make the blueprint if you provide me materials for R&D. This will allow you to craft it using basic materials. If you're interested, come by the lab to see some other prototypes of other devices. Awesome. We do need to water these. I don't want to forget. It's empty, yes. Not available. Let me go down and see. I'm just gonna go down long enough because it only says 14. doesn't say 15, even though we had it. Hopefully it'll finish once we get down there and it sees that we can see it. Okay, perfect. Perfect. Okay, so that, yeah, so now it says 15. I was gonna say that was 15. Awesome. Yes, we had a sea slug before. Now, I always do this, but I'm here, so let me just put... let me just put the thing over there, you know? Am I stuck? We're stuck. Uh-oh. Okay. Uh-oh. Oh my gosh. Exit. Yeah, because I'm stuck there. Okay, so I did what I wanted to do. It's now 7. Let's collect some shells. But the ones that I saw are still here. And now my pockets are full, but if I can find more of the same, then we're good. No. And go on the other side since we have time to... It doesn't want to let me do that. Keep wasting energy. Good thing is, I know with the festivals you don't use up energy. I want to go to the blacksmiths to open up the coffers and then go to the festival by 2 p.m. Oh, I don't have anything. So, I don't have any space. There's the... And there's nothing. Oh, just trash. And is there anything down here? No. Alright, so let's fast. Pass. Yeah, because I got a clear space. I knew they gave it to me. I didn't see it last time. We gotta get to the... we may as well walk there, right? Let me go this way, up. Let me just go home, empty my pockets, and go to... Oh, she must have changed her clothes. Like, what kind of voodoo magic? Can we eat the cockle shell? And no, you'd have to cook with it, I guess. And I don't think I can get there. I think this is the festival. Closed today. All right. And it makes sense because there's a festival. 2 more items to the museum. I think I'm about to have one of the 2. Oh, that's exciting. Why are you just standing there like that? Oops. Yep, so I have one more item and 5 more dive sites. And I think I did 4 dive sites in one day. So I'm gonna be finishing these out quickly. Let's drop off the sap. Oh, and the cell. And perfect. Start tree planting. Good morning, everyone. It's great to see so many of you here today. Especially you. Oh, thank you. Didn't have to single me out. I'm glad to see you made it. Look at this turnout. It looks like we have just enough volunteers. Let's get going, folks. I'll share more details when we arrive at Purwo Woods. Oh, we're going in the mine? Oh, I forgot. There's a river. Is everyone ready? Off we go. I think the boat is so cute. That's a big leaf, though. What tree did that come from? Monkey. Here we are in Purwo Woods. What's left of it anyways. Illegal logging did some serious damage here, but that's about to change. The governor has given jurisdiction of Purwo Woods over to Starlet Town, and why we're holding this temporary event this year. We're going to completely reforest Purwo Woods, so let's get to it and go plant some trees. It's cheesy but cute. Okay, are there mini events? Look at the last one. Oh, there's a shop. I don't have money though. Wait, that's cool. Hold on. Oh. I was thinking 30 for 30 of them. I see. Okay. We're only getting the one then. I was so confused. I'll never get used to the boat ride. Oh. I think I'm gonna be sick. Okay, goodbye. Oh dear, the trip is getting more tiring these days. Aw. But it's wonderful to see the beautiful view from up here again. Randy here has an interesting proposition. It gets my retired investor's blood going again. Isn't that right, Randy? about it for a second, Walter. Funding a fully automated tree planter shouldn't be out of your reach. Farmer, you're good looking, let me say, but you're blocking the epic view behind you. Look at that. This place up here is so isolated, a lot like your farm. Alright, bitch. I've been here many times before. I've been here many times, not for tree planting though. Why are we still chit-chatting? Plant your trees. Keep your sword close by. Oh, Misadventures with V. Did you know bugs and worms also live in trees? I did. Misadventures with V, are you planting trees today? I like this place better than the beach. Oh, I thought that was a person there for some reason. That's interesting. What are you doing this fine afternoon? Being up here makes me miss being in the ocean. Oops, what happened to her in the ocean? Why can't she go back? No doctoring today for me and Yuri. We've got a planet to save. He's still sneezing, oh my gosh. Look, my outfit matches the theme, green. This will be my workout for the week. I know that's right. All good vibes today. It's what I'm all about. Except for Jim, he's not good vibes. I hope we have enough water for everyone. This is gonna be a long day of laborious... Is it laborious? Laborious work? I can tell. I brought some cookies to snack on, but Alice and I ate them on the boat. We haven't even started planting yet. What are we gonna do now? What type of trees do you think would be best for planting here? Do you think oak trees are alright? It's been a long time since I dug this hard. Being on that boat brought back a lot of memories about Dad. The way the boat sways in the water, the wind. I like it. No, Scott, feeling nature isn't the same as feeling the call of nature. No. The soil here isn't fit for coffee beans. Yeah, they'll grow okay, but if excellence is what you're after, you won't get it. It's healthy to get outside the town once in a while. A change of environment is good for the soul. Emily and I brought the same kind of tree seeds today. Cool. Look at us creating forest in our backyard. So proud of us. So proud of you. What a day to be outside. I've spoken to everyone here, you know, on the boat ride, and I'm disappointed. I've learned nothing new about anyone. Nothing. Okay, so we talked to... Glad to see you here, Golden Moth. I don't like mobs. Such a good turnout today. Do you want to go down there with me? I'll walk with you. That's nice. If it weren't for our actions, we wouldn't need to do this. That's so true, Jim. I'm not talking about you and me, but I was referring to us humans. We don't know our place sometimes. I agree. Give me a second. I just need to catch my breath. It's just so tiring trekking up here. We're here to make sure everything goes smoothly and to plant trees. Yeah, sure. He's ready to fight somebody. I told Kira and her boy here to relax a bit. We don't want people getting nervous about monsters. Where's your shovel? This area gets a lot of rain. It's good because it's nice, stable water supply. A nice, stable water supply is what we need for reforestation. So many people to talk to. I want to grow tall like a tree. I can't wait to roll up my sleeves and get to work planting some trees. I'm trying to speak to little Archie over here. Woohoo! Everything looks so close with this. I can even see a pebble at the bottom. Planting trees is good for the environment. Why are you so simple? One simple way we can all make a difference is by planting trees. I can feel the clean air coming already. It's reassuring to see folks who deal with trees also making the effort to replant. It'll help wildlife to thrive too. You have to be conscious of the whole ecosystem. We make our carpentry as sustainable as we can. That's why I'm always here for these planting festivals, giving back to Mother Nature, right? Yeah, let's start the main event because I don't see anything else to do. Unless I missed it. Clear the debris, move on to the next stage. Till a 2x2 spot. Move on to the next stage. Find the till areas and plant your sapling. Oh, yeah. It would have been smart to make it look like they're working too, because them just standing there watching is kind of rude. You know? Seeds. I don't remember if you take all of these things home with you. It would be smart to have us take them home. This is stuff that we need. Almost done. Wait, we're not almost done. What did I miss? Oh, I guess I have to get those. I didn't even think about that. Oh, we get coffers too. You want to help Pablo? See, at least they're having a conversation. Not just standing there. There we go. Now it shows everybody working. That's a wrap, folks. We did it. The first area is all planted. It was a lot of work, but our efforts will pay off. Next year, this area of Purwood Woods will look completely different. I wonder where the kids went. For starters, it'll look much greener than it does now, and these trees will have fully grown by then. I can't wait to see it. Great job, everyone. Quest complete. We got a banana seedling and 150 coin. Oh no, 150. And so, what do we do? I think this is where we can... Yeah. With everything else, I mean, I could have eaten something, but I don't need to. Yeah, just one is here. Alright, well, we have spoken to everyone. I guess we can talk to everyone again. Lily looks like she's dying, even though I'm the one with the shovel. I'm not gonna talk to everyone again. I'm not trying to buy anything else. You've already participated. Okay, so... bye? We're leaving. I think it's gonna be nighttime though, right? Yeah. Well, that's fine though. Yeah, they give me... Your inventory was full earlier. Still full. You tried baking? It's a good stress reliever for me and it might be good for you too. Anyway, here's a mooncake recipe. Thanks, Betty. Let me... I couldn't take that before. I need to get one more thing. Leah and Alice. Shyam, is that how you say? M, maybe? I don't know. Betty, Connor, Eva, Frank, Kenny. Okay, so they're all orange unless they're single. I have a lot of hearts. That's good. Oh, and I have two. So we're like actual friends with Scott, right? I think there's a event you can do, I think. Something like that. So since I did all of my tools get moved over, I don't appreciate that, but you know, whatever. At this point, I'm not about to stress. Me clear area for where I want the animals to go, because I'm getting the stuff tomorrow. What? My inventory is full? Mine? No, never. Inventory stays full. If it's not full, then there's a problem. Ooh, Geo. If I get rid of all my energy by midnight, I'll be happy. I can deal with emptying my pockets in the morning. Chop down more trees to kill my energy. All right. Now, what can I empty? Since I do have time, because I was gonna wait till tomorrow, but here. I'll wait. Okay. 30. We're going to sleep. Well, you can watch some TV. Did you know? Good day, everyone. Welcome to Coral Talk Show. Here you get to see guests all across the world or world and a sneak peek in their lives. I, Connie, will be your host, and today we will welcome a very special guest. Hailing from Midgar, he works for Tarot. Oh, we already saw him. Yeah, we saw him. It's a rerun. Oh, oops. Sorry. Spoils of the land. Back to nature with Jenna. Apparently, crickets and fireflies are only out at night. I'm pretty sure it's true. Because during summer holidays, Daddy used to have us have a bonfire in front of our beach house at sunset, and on the way back, there were definitely crickets everywhere. Ooh, my god. What's the weather gonna be like tomorrow? Sunny. Womp womp. Okay. Go to bed. 150 merit points. And we're better friends by just talking. That's really cool. We got a lot of foraging, some catching. It does save quite a bit of energy. Okay. I want to... Oh, it's Aaliyah and Ben's birthday? Okay, we'll have to find them later. The map. Ranch is closed. They're open till 5. Carpenter opens at 9 till 5. Till 5. Ooh, we can get them. And they're open at 9. Okay. We still have some hours, so we're going diving. It's so early. And I'm gonna reset the enter location because I got stuck last time. I'll just use the map to figure out where we haven't been and the best way to get there, and that's perfect because we just go back here. And those 3. And then we go down here. Turn left, okay. Yeah, that's the place that. Upside down. I'm almost where I want to put my anchor. And really, I could find one of the things anywhere around here. There's some food. It's always good to have. Let me put it off to the side. There's some salt. Must be a different caliber, yeah. Another coffer. I gotta find at least one of you guys. Oops. It's gonna be another one of those where it's 3 and it's the last places I would think it would be. Should clear these though, so the path will be clear when I find them. Alright, let me go over here so I can get it to start. Gonna clear that. Now we need one to clear this. Unless this is gonna clear this too. Oh, it didn't. Let's go. I have 30 energy. I think I only have 4 left now, and I just have 1 at the museum. So I want to go home, empty my pockets. I'm gonna make 2 flower bouquets because of the birthday people. Mining, diving. Oh, I don't have anything to put? Oh, yes, I do. Let me make sure first. Okay, museum and ocean. Oh, everything except for heritage, basically. Where did I find this? Oh, a person. Girdle. Found. Yeah, donated. I thought we did. Oh, bronze kelp. Alright. Let me go. Ooh. That one either. Okay. Let's go to Carpenter. Do you have a mushroom? We can eat that. Yeah, it's because I want to see. So we're gonna get a place for my animals. No. Carpenter. Coop. So excited. Oh, I didn't bring my stuff. Wood, stone, bronze bar fiber. Wood, stone, bronze bar fiber. Okay. But since I'm out, I have to remember wood, stone, bronze bar. Okay. $50. Okay, I got a sprinkler. Oh shoot, I'm not gonna remember wood, stone, bronze bar fiber. Hey, what are you up to? I'm here to donate an item. That's boring. Not sure. What am I doing again? But you caught me. I was trying to pull a museum heist. You and your jokes. I'll never get tired of it. Looks like you just put something in the donation box. Let me take a look at it. Yep, another great item from the lovely Adventures with V. Hey, wait a minute. I think this is the last item we need. You've donated enough items for us to get the Pickstarter campaign started. Oh no, I have so many people to call. I have to contact Macy and Millie. I also have to talk to Lily. Should I talk to the mayor too? Oh, I have to clean the museum. Who's best at cleaning? Not me for sure. And then I... Sick. I'm not gonna tell him to calm down. I hate when people say calm down. I don't want to run around. I'll say, if you panic, I'm gonna panic too. What? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize I was panicking. Let's take a few deep breaths, you and me. In, out. Looks like Charles' meditation lesson is pretty useful after all. Right, so as you can probably tell, I have a lot of things to do, so I'm gonna get right on that. I'll need to talk to everyone involved and get the wheels rolling. We've got most of the necessary things sorted out, but the pictures from Macy will take at least a day, I think. Maybe even more. You know what? Why don't I just send you a mail? When we're ready to launch the campaign. I'm sure you're busy with other things, and I've already taken a lot of your time. So many things to do. Thanks once again. Well, he's enthusiastic about the museum. That's good. Alright, let's go. I have just enough space for... Make sure I know whose birthday it is, just in case I happen to come across them. No, that's not them. Aaliyah and Ben. Okay. Oh, I don't have just enough. Dumb phone. So I didn't realize I had that. I'll have to come back. No, I won't. Okay. I don't know if I'm able to donate anything to the museum. open journal to claim reward. 150. That's always nice. Just have to heal 4 coral sites. We'll do that another game day because my energy is down. I also need to make sure I get to Carpenter with the stuff that I need. Let me see if I'm able to donate these while he's busy. Yes, we can. Dumb phone. It's not a smartphone, but it's not dumb either. Jeez. Underwater tablet. Alright, so these two I can sell if I want. Not sure if I will yet. I do have enough money. We can always use some more. That way in 2 days I'll be able to get my chicken or whatever. I'll be able to afford it. Wasn't it rock and wood? I think it was fiber, not hay. And wasn't it gold, bronze bars? That's what it said. Put this down. Yeah, 3. Alright, I think I have what I need. And then after this, oh my gosh, let me go through here and see the animals that I can have. Oh, you're pretty. Hmm. Oh, I don't have that bug. Or do I want a barn? You just start with this one. Carpenter mode. Over. Wait, is there anywhere that it's green? Oh. Well, the grass has to be gone too. I don't want it to be like that. Oh no. I don't want to wait. Let me go ahead and clear the grass. I have an hour. It'll take me 10 in-game minutes to clear the grass once I get there. I was hoping the grass could stay, because animals will eat the grass. Know that for a fact. Gosh. All right. If that's not enough, then we're just gonna have to put it somewhere else. I'm getting it today. And I only have 20 more minutes. We're gonna get there in time, I know that, but that's a lot. You don't be in our way, okay? Thank you. Oh boy. There. Woo! Go. I don't think I want it on the edge. Where it is. Thank you for taking all my money. Alright, let me put this stuff away. What was right here? Oh, I gotta find them. Okay. Leo, where you at? Okay. What was that noise? We're not going to be catching any bugs or anything. We're just giving them their birthday bouquets. Oh, it's a pretty flower. Hope she didn't travel too far. Oh. Oh, so fun running into you here. Hey, hi Millie, nice to see you. Hey, that's sweet. Likewise, of course. Anyway, I'm trying something out. So there's this old legend about a goddess who lives in the water on Coral Island. I heard it from my dad. Water like the ocean? No, not the ocean. I asked him that exact question. It's the lake, I think. Don't tell anybody, but I've been throwing flowers around this lake since... Gosh. Yeah, I've done it in a bunch of different spots. Still nothing. I know it's silly, but all fairy tales are kind of silly, right? Anyway, I thought I'd throw some flowers in next time. What did you throw in before? Well, I didn't know if it would actually work, and I didn't want to waste flowers. I tested the idea by throwing in some grass. I thought it might work, but it didn't. But don't worry, I started using flowers today. Maybe that's what it takes to summon the goddess. What do you think? I hope I didn't make the goddess mad by giving her grass. Well, that was an interesting little story there. Okay, we gotta find Aaliyah. Where'd you go? And where am I? How did you get down there so fast? Okay. Go through here. Okay. Clothing. You know what? find her later. Let me see what kind of clothing they have. There's a lot of outfits. We don't have the money to get any of this stuff. Wedding dress? Yes. I've seen people with the chicken suits. Sakura armor. Farming tux. Alright, let me... He's still down there. Oh, it's your birthday too, right? Hold on, let me make sure. Yes. It's on for remembering my birthday, my friend. Also, where is my friend? My actual two-hearted friend. I don't see him. That goes the wrong way? Wrong way. No. What did I do? Oh Lord, I'm lost. That's not... We can talk to you though. I won't deny that things are improving for the town, but we're still a long way from the town ranks we used to achieve yearly. Oh, she was right there. I just didn't see her. Okay. Whoa, just what I needed. I like this a lot. Thanks. It's great to plant some trees, right? It makes you feel like you're doing something good. Alright, now where is my friend? I have a friend with two hearts. Scots. Where you at, buddy, old pal? Oh, there's my overflow. There he is. Dang, planting trees yesterday was like a whole new kind of workout. Who knew saving the planet could give you such a good burn? Some of the artifacts here are the ones I found. My little contribution to the field I'm so passionate about. Cool. Call it being part of history, yeah? Making my mark. We can talk to him a lot. I'm so sorry, I've been lifting a lot today. Can you tell? Sir. Let's talk to Eleanor. I don't have any bugs for you. I can't wait to see all the kinds of bugs the newly planted area will bring. Okay, that's gross. I can't wait to see my poop get finished so I can have some chick bugger. Let's go foraging. Since it doesn't take up energy. I haven't talked to you in a while. So we planted a bunch of trees yesterday. Let's just hope they grow. He smells a lot like Luke. Oh, where's Luke? Oh, I did not mean to come in here, but that's cool. It's locked, but it smells like fertilizer from here. Trying to get in the garbage. Oh, we got starfish. These people are snobs, but we can say hello. Chatting with Emily made the tree planting event even better yesterday. She's such a sweetheart, that one. Turning that festival land into an all-inclusive resort? No. Now that's a bright idea. Pure genius, am I right? Sir, I don't like that idea at all. Flowers to replace the flowers that I used. We're gonna go up. Oh, look at that. It's starting to get... No, we're not consuming the tulip. And look at, there's a panda. And here's Takiba. Thank you for visiting, you and the young folks from the village. Old man like me gets lonely sometimes. Let me see if he likes it. I've been eating the same lunch for years. Oven-baked risotto is a great comfort food. Oh, I can't give you a gift? No gift? Huh. Let's give this to him. Hey, thanks for thinking of me. About the newest town rank. It's E now, isn't it? I haven't really noticed any changes. Well, there are more things to buy at Sam's at least. Oh yeah, I haven't gone to Sam's. So that's starting to open up. Wonder when this will open. I wasn't gonna do this. The monkeys. Ooh, is that capybara? Wait a minute. Are there capybara in Asia? I thought it was South America. I guess it's a game. They can put whatever they want. Ooh, that is a beautiful butterfly. Okay, let me go down here because there's fast travel. Go ahead and get this. And there's flower. And nothing over there. So let's go through here. And nothing there. I think I can walk through here. Go around and see if there's anything to... Oh yeah, and I eventually want to buy something from this monkey. Do you still have the alien scarecrow? Two. 3,000. So many other things that I want to get for 3,000. Alright, let's go home. Let's go to the... Go out here. Nothing. Nothing. I guess that would be a good place to fish when I have energy. Oh, is it just a house? Oh. I thought Waku lived in the observatory. Huh. Hi, Maricode. Glad to see another Coral Island. I'm doing good. How are you? Let me actually find my friend. Oh, we're two hearts with Aaliyah too. He is down by Sam's. And since we're two hearts with Aaliyah, where's she at? Oh, it's not showing me. Oh, she's in Fish and Sips. Okay. Sleepy, but I'm fighting it. Had a nightmare. Oh no. That's never good. Silver kelp, that's a good thing to come across. Inventory full. Oh, why was I thinking Fish and Sips was the beach shack? Oh, but I've never been to the tavern at night. That's gonna be kind of fun. Right? Yeah. Mm. Oh, this is my friend. Right? I guess we talked enough already. Butter's so cute. Yeah, she is. I'll figure this town out eventually. Oh, duh, the fish is drinking. Ooh. Too bad it looks like my player's tired. Alright, folks, let's give a big hand for Theo. He's been spinning some great tunes, but now it's time to switch gears to our open mic session. First up, we have Millie, armed with her beautiful poetry. She looks like she would good poetry. In the face of the pufferfish, looming large and fierce, we tremble not, but find our courage immersed. The trials we face may seem deep and vast. Take a picture. Yet hope springs eternal, unyielding, steadfast. Next we have Sam. He's about to put on a dance show for us. Yes. And trust me, he's got more moves than a chess game. Oh. Ended in the splits. Okay, Sam. Alright, let's give it up for our Dancing King Sam. Now up next we have Dippa, who will serenade us with some smooth saxophone tunes that'll make you wish you'd taken those music lessons seriously. A round of applause for Dippa! Where's she at? And additionally, we have a special surprise. Our very own Ben will perform a mime act. That's right, a mime act. Give it up for Ben, everyone. Pull something up on my phone while I'm doing this. Thank you all for being here tonight. Let's keep this community spirit alive. That was cute. Is my friend still here? Yes. Must live here. Oh, I can't go into their rooms though. Oh, she's okay. Adventures with V. Want to watch some TV with me? I don't even know what I'm watching. I wasn't paying attention. I'm trying to unwind, but my brain's going a mile a minute tonight. It's hard to stop it when my brain starts doing its thing. I don't mind the cold weather and stuff, but nothing, and I mean nothing, beats being outdoors. It's much better in spring than in the middle of an ice cold winter. Afternoon, of course. I thought when you have 2 hearts with someone, you can hang out with them. I'm trying to figure that out. We never talked to Frank. Let me go ahead and talk to him. I suppose moving from an F to an E town rank is a start. On second thought, it's a pretty good start. Yes, it is. The doctor. I'm glad everything went smoothly yesterday. I do have stuff to put away. Okay. And then we're gonna go to sleep early, and I want to try to heal the coral sites tomorrow. Even though I don't have food. But we have enough money to buy food. Oh, and I'm selling stuff, so we should be able to afford food. Where did I put the seeds? Mm. And let me go look at our coop. Two days. Ooh, welcome to Animalia. Hello, viewers. Welcome to Animalia. My name is Paul. And I'm Anne. We're husband and wife duo who loves animals. We moved to Coral Island to document the amazing fauna that lives on this amazing island. Together with our daughter Zoe, sense, we want to show you just how wonderful the critters of this island are. We're here in the forest trying to get some footage of an amazing bird called the Kendrawasset, also known as the bird of paradise. The name bird of paradise comes from Anne. Did you hear that? Over there, Anne. This is the magnificent bird of paradise. Why is it called the bird of paradise, Anne? That's because these birds can only be found on islands like Coral Island. Would you agree this island is a paradise too? Definitely, and because of how beautiful they are, local legends thought these birds were the messengers of the goddess. Why does he look like, um, what is Spider-Man's boss's name? Stupid humans. No one cares about a pretty bird. Where's the footage of the wooded bighorn? What's this? Ha ha ha, wait a minute, that's not the wooded bighorn. Paul! Thanks for watching, everyone, and remember, take nothing but pictures, leave nothing but footprints, and keep nothing but memories. See you next time. See the weather tomorrow. Sunny and clear, wear sunscreen. Alright, there's one more channel. How to be a farmer. Jeff Smith. My name is Jeff Smith, and I know a thing or two about farming. Don't you tell me that I have to water every day, because he said that before. I was raised in a farm, so I got tips for you. Sprouts. Let me tell you about them. Summer is right around the corner. Sprouts. Remember, crops usually wither at the end of a season. Now, jot this down. That's why I'm not planting those seeds yet. Spring 28 will be the last day of spring. My pop learned the hard way. One fine summer morning we woke up to a field of dried up strawberry plants, all dead. What a sight, what a sight. Harvest what you can, you hear? You can expect more rain in summer and, of course, storms. Good luck. You might need it. Alright, we got 170. I heard a rooster. We have some mail. Everything is watered except for 2. How beautiful, how beautiful. Does it look like it's starting to come together? No, but that's okay. I know it takes 2 days. I would have thought it would have been like Dinkum and had some wood there or something. Oh yeah, I want to dump my... Let me dump them in order. Okay. Checking to make sure I didn't have another spot open. Let's try to clear some coral sites. Alright. So we got 2 more. I'm pretty sure I already have that, but I can double check. Let me activate this. We're clearing this stuff. coffer. That's nice, that's nice. Let me clear this stuff to try to get the third one. Perfect. That makes me happy. Alright, let's go over there and see what's going on. We got about half of our energy. Energy bar is really going up. It's blocked. Whoops. Can't see nothing. Oh. Not blocked. So pretty. Okay, there's one more. And then the rest are down here. Some up here, we may as well go do the one. Get our salt. Look at how quick and easy that was. And then that's clear. Oh, and there's one more. down. Oh, there's another turtle. I think, did I have anything else that I wanted to... Oh, this will be the last one. I was gonna say, do I really want to do this right now? Yes, because it's the last one. I know I have a low stamina, it's only 11. But we can come back down here, that's the good thing. The same... Oh. Perfect. Oh, I thought that was... I'm not starting to feel tired, I've been tired. I got 20. I did. Hi, turtle. Ooh. Ursula's leaving. Inspect the source of the shaking. Alright, let me first... I don't understand what they said. Ornate coffers. Okay. I mean... Let me go back up. There's 4, so 1, 2, 3. If I need to, I can pick up 2 items, but let's try not to. See, there's some garbage. Or actually, I think I'm about to go... Look at this. This is why I don't have the thing to pick this up. Let me talk to Betty. Hi, Betty. How are you, dear? Make sure to hydrate. Yesterday's sun was intense. I felt a bit lightheaded when I got home. I hope you're okay. I don't have to drop anything off. Who do we meet? Oh, the that's not donated, and it needs to be offered. Donated and offered. Do we have more than one? I kind of want to offer it, right? Not so like I should do it. Let me go and see if I can offer it. If I can't, then I will come back and donate. Because you need specific things when you offer. But to donate, it could be anything. So we will offer first. But of course, we're gonna get this open first. Watch trash. Oh, you're both just hanging out. Okay. Ooh. Let me go. You know what? I need to say hello to them. Since I come here, I'm probably gonna become best friends with both of them before anybody else. Even though I don't have two hearts with them. I'm still a bit sore from helping Antonio set up his new store. Why do you say Do you know what helps with sore muscles? Now that Antonio has opened a new store here, I expect to see him around more often. Or maybe not. He does have business in other places. It's important to have a hobby. Gives you a chance to really dig deep into who you are. It's the small stuff like how we entertain ourselves. They're what makes us who we are, eh? My cousin Antonio, Valentina's dad, comes here for festivals sometimes. Valentina, Suki's daughter. Ring a bell? Another customer coming out of the woodwork these days, aren't you? What can I do for you? We only accept money as payment, sorry. I don't know what that means, but okay. Say hi to Suki. Well, would you look at that? We made it to town rank E. Great job. Here's to even better days ahead for our community. Let me get some food. I'll just get the one. Ah. So that was stupid because oh, right, because you can eat both of these. Oh my gosh. I want to come back to get that. Isn't that stupid? I know there's a garbage can. Oh, but I can't get the garbage. I need the lake anyways. Oh, and I think that needs to be donated. Ah, is that underwater? can fast travel underwater, I think. Word travels fast in the archipelago. You have an eye for hard to come by things. I'm a purveyor of rare finds. Lighthouse. Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, after sundown, discreet. Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. Today's Tuesday. We are going to bring our clay vessel, ancient map, and whatever else we can't donate. Money, honey. Oh, or I think I might know who that is. I don't think they're gonna take my stuff. Hello? I'm gonna empty some stuff out my pockets. We're gonna sell like the upside down jellyfish. I'm gonna keep these off to the side. Or should I keep them in my pocket? I don't know. Oh, there's another mail. Let's go under the sea. Oh, I was gonna say I was gonna buy food, but I did. But listen, let me just bring all my stuff just in case, right? I know I don't need that. Mermaid. A gung. I'm not imagining things, right? No, am I imagining things? No, Agung, you're not. The dark root, it's really gone. And the corals, look, they're all better. Oh my. Behind you, look, a land dweller. Well, it's the same one we've seen toying with our tampered devices. Whoa, okay, talk about awkward. Alright, we don't know what this land dweller is up to. Play it cool, Denali, we can handle this. Yeah, you're right. I wish I could speak to them and ask questions. I think they're the one who healed this area. Now, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Come on now, a land dweller understanding us merfolk? No way. Besides, we've seen the damage their kind can do. Denali, seriously, we've already broken protocol long enough. Let's head back and report this before anyone finds out. Follow the retreating route. Well, first I see some food. And I see something. And I see more food. And even more food. And... no, I thought that was more food. It's not. Okay, the retreating route. I'm guessing I go where they went? Oh, maybe not. Yes. Wait, what is that in the ground? Is that something I could take? Hold on, come on. Cherry stone clam. There's silver, silver kelp. Okay, so I gotta go around here. Right? Yes. No. I wonder if I have to heal this area. Well, that's good. This is the next area that I was planning on going to. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna have to clear this. The 3. If I had known that, I would have got more food. That's fine, as long as I get one of them today. Shimmering coffer? That's cool. Where are these things? Yeah, I know I have low stamina. But there's gotta be at least one of them over here. Come on. I can get one of them today. Oh, there's urchin. Purple. Sacred. It doesn't have that I can donate. Okay. Eat these. I still have that. I would love to have one of them. I know I have low stamina. Hold on. Okay. You know what? That's worth it. Go right over here. Then tomorrow we'll come back. See. Mm. Mm, 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 mm. Mm, mm. I always do that. Whoa, you surprised me there. For a second, I thought you were. Yeah, what? What is it? I like that because it looks like teeth. I could speak to you again. Hmm. Oh, these are artifacts. It's a lot. It's expensive. I can't afford any. Oh, it's overpriced. Okay. So it's like if you're desperate. Water geode. Ornate coffer, that is not worth it. Scrap for 60? Absolutely not. Bronze kelp for 900 and silver bar for 15,000. Ma'am, you lost your mind. But it was cool to have met you. There's Melee. Oh my gosh, I'm going to scream. I wouldn't be able to walk that fast to go get it. Okay. So yeah, we can't donate those. Let me see, what do we have to do to get this open? Donate splendor yet to be displayed. Okay. I wonder if once they're done with the upgrade that Scott's doing, if I'll be able to do it the way he walks. I do need to get this garbage out tonight. Hmm. Okay. Let me just go to bed. And decide if I'm gonna have another day. Oh snap. That double. Oh, that reminds me. Do I? No, I don't. Well, Leah has two. A lot of people have one. Scott has two. I still have to meet somebody. Good news! We're ready to launch our Kickstarter campaign, but we can't do it without you. Come by the museum so we can launch it together. Exciting. Let me check to see if... Is it finished? 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 It's finished! Oh my gosh, and I have enough. I'm getting a bok bok chicken. Bok bok. Wait, they're not open yet, are they? Closed. That's perfectly fine. We can run around for like a half an hour. I think they open at 7. There's a flower. Oh, and there's a bug. We're gonna grab the bug. Oh. I don't want it to run. Shoot! I was trying to avoid. Okay. Leaf beetle. Oh, it's pretty. Oh, 77777. Oh, they're closed. What time you open? 8. I'm too excited for them to be open. I want a chicken so bad. You know what? We're gonna try. Oh, I thought I had it. Okay. I don't. Only wasted a little energy. And what is this? What do we open that? Oh yeah, 2 offerings to the forest. I don't know how to do that. Well shoot, I hope we don't need space in our pockets for the chicken. Let me say hi to Ben. I think I have a hat on. Reaching town rank E is just the beginning, folks. I can feel it here in my gut. We're on an upward trajectory. Hope your gut's not on an upward trajectory. Open. Let me talk to him first because I'm gonna forget because I'm gonna be too excited. Well, we're finally seeing some improvements around the town's rank. And guess what? We've got ourselves some more animals too. A temperature machine, okay. I gotta get chicken. Choose this building? I mean, I don't have any other building. Stop it. What's the chicken's name gonna be? Oh, goodness. I'm so excited. Your animal will be delivered right to your farm. All right, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. I'm gonna name all the chickens and everything that is obviously a girl after singers that I love. Let me put some stuff away. I also am very aware that I need hay. We need to donate that as well. Oh my gosh, look at her go. You're so cute. Look at that. Okay, Erica's happy. Erica is looking okay. Okay. Can I go? I don't think I'll have a, yeah, no eggs yet. That makes sense. I mean, you don't have hay stored inside the size. You don't have a silo. Animal book. Okay, it just shows me how many. So there's 8 spaces, but 4 can be chickens, I think. Okay, I'm just gonna put the 2, but I think she eats the grass. Now, I gotta look this up because I gotta make sure I don't need a gate. Okay, Coral Island fence. Nope, not required. The animals will mostly stay on your farm and will put themselves to bed in the afternoon. Nothing will harm them and they won't damage crops. Fencing is just pretty. Okay. There's nearby grass. They shouldn't go for your crops. Oh, so they can walk even into the forest. There's no mechanic for them to get lost or hurt. Oh, but this was 2 years ago. This was made in 2024. Coral Island Animal Care Guide. I should have looked this up before I got it. Updated January 4th, 2024. Oh, and it shows. Okay. Oh, and we can upgrade it, I guess? While you're working on farm buildings, build a silo. Yeah, no. Collecting animals. Horses or a coop. Okay, I don't care. Once you have a coop, head to Jack. Beginning, you can buy 3 animals. Okay. Horse allows you to travel easily around the island. Oh, nice. Can unlock more animals. All right, all right, all right. How to care. Feed them daily, keep them happy. Produce larger and better quality products. You can get hay by cutting grass. You can also buy hay from Jack. Okay, 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 okay. Oh, temperature machine. Put this in your Cooper barn to regulate the temperature. We'll get that eventually. Animal medicine. If your animal ever gets sick, we'll have to get some of that and keep it. See how happy they are. Okay. Let me actually do this so that time isn't going by. Um, Once we're town rank E, which we are, we can unlock recipes. Oh yeah, to make the temperature machine. Oh, I don't have any of these products. I don't have batteries. Okay. How to make money. Produce items we sell. Mayonnaise machine. Ugh. Sounds nasty. Um. Okay, nothing here is telling me that they will get hurt. No branching. Take care, collect items. Skill points towards ranching. You get lots of stuff. And okay, okay, okay. Yeah. All right. I went through all of that for it to not say. That's fine. Go back. And what is so many notifications? Comment, 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 comment. Package delivered. Yes, it was delivered on Friday. Today is Monday. Okay. All right. So now that it's 11, now I can go visit the guys. Donate. Open. And then since I have food, I can go down the ocean. Oh, I forgot. Yeah. Adventures with V. Good to see you here. We're all waiting for Scott to arrive. This is a really bad habit of his. Look at that. Everyone is here. Well, almost everyone. I invited Lily too, but she said she'll see, but very unlikely. It's too bad she's not here. But what can I do? I'm still not sure why I'm here or if this... What did you call it? Pig starter? Pig starter mare. Right, pig starter. I'm not sure if this idea of yours will work. You say other people will give us money to build a museum, but why would other people care about our little museum? It's so little. You underestimate the power of crowdfunding, Mayor. There are successful crowdfunding campaigns. This one is going to be one of them. I still don't get it, but I'm just going to trust you. It is okay to trust him, right? Yes, Mayor, I've personally looked over everything and done my research. It should be fairly risk-free for us. We're already on our way to building an expanded museum, but if this campaign is successful, we can make it even better than the original plan. When this campaign is successful. Alright, only one thing left to do. Time to officially launch the campaign. Macy, will you take a photo of this momentous moment? Will do. Oh. Okay, everyone, huddle up. I'm tired. And 3, 2, 1, smile. Alright, here we go. What is he pushing on? The computer? There it is, we're live. Now all we have to do is sit back, wait for 1 week, and see what we've got. Thanks for all your help, Adventures with V. Now this doesn't mean you should stop donating to the museum, though. We'll always welcome anything you have. For us. Give her this and see if she likes it. Wash this bottle later. Antonio's new boutique is like the place to be right now. I did a mini haul yesterday and the vibes totally on point. That's very kind of you, thank you, but she does not like canola. Guys, it's like expensive. Oh, I need to go to Sam's to see what they have. You guys like the bouquets. not the single flowers, typically. Ooh, food. Having a good day so far? Oh, I'm a genie in a bottle, baby. Talk to him. Have you read up on any of the local folklore? Good stuff, whether you believe it or not. Cool. I'm not interested in having any more conversation, to be completely honest. We need to go to Sam's, and then we need to go under the sea. Darling, it's better down where it's wet. Take it from me. I haven't checked out anything over here. I figured they were gonna do something. Oh, I thought it was gonna be a new scene. Yeah, see, I don't have batteries. Really cool though that all of that. Ah, it's just that we don't want to violate the town's code. Say no more, Mr. Mayor. Certainly we don't want to cause a disturbance among, the kids, Sam. I didn't want to go there, but scarecrows as decorations? Really, Sam? Are you kidding? They seem out of place in a town like this. Not to mention, it isn't in compliance with some of our codes. Change your codes. You say so, Mr. Mayor. Well, I'll wrap up the scarecrows and you can be sure there won't be any left tomorrow. Thank you, I appreciate it. Maybe we can talk about the other violations some other time. Delighted to. Just name a day. Please excuse me, I have scarecrows to take care of. Man of your word. A good quality to have, Sam. I'll take the scarecrow. Yeah, it's still spring, so that's interesting that they're up there. I'll go see Bonbon. You want to just stay here and pet Bonbon all day? I sure do. Calendar. Tomorrow's Macy's birthday. Let's see all the new stuff that he has to sell. Oh, sorry. I didn't pay attention. Okay, so we gotta drop some stuff off. We're going to... Let me go see how much it is to adopt an animal, because, you know, I'm all about the animals. But I want to get a chicken first, since they can actually give us things that we can sell. $3,000 to have them inside? Okay, we're gonna... Sorry. Oh, to have them outside. The 500 to have them... Okay. Adopt. So are they free then after you pay the 500? I think I'm gonna get a cat first, even though I like Spike Bonkers. He's so cute. I like Spiker do too. He's big. Big dogs. Oh, let's see what books there are. We can get some points or something. It's warm in here. Curious case of Coral Island's lotus. The variety of lotus flowers is astonishing. Coral Island has its own unique kind. At first glance, they appear to be ordinary lotus flowers. However, upon closer examination, I noticed something peculiar. These lotus flowers seem to be strategically guarding their surroundings. For instance, there's this tree flanked by 3 lotus flowers in front, and another trio behind it. The arrangement is too precise, too deliberate, especially considering the tree's isolated location. I know exactly what they're talking about. It is kind of weird. Could these lotus flowers be more than just plants? Maybe they're like nature's own warning system, like birds that fly away when they sense an earthquake. Perhaps these lotus signal something special, maybe even good luck. The way they're arranged so neatly makes me think they're here for a reason we haven't figured out yet. Historians believe that early civilizations engaged in a cultivation of mythical kelp in a manner similar to ore mining. Just as ores are instrumental in enhancing tool quality, mythical kelps were used to improve the quality of farm produce. Laboratory settings, these kelps have been shown to significantly enhance the quality of seeds, seedlings, saplings, and fodder. However, the rarity of mythical kelp poses a significant challenge. Research has identified 4 distinct types of mythical kelp, characterized by bronze, silver, gold, and purple hues. These have been sourced from 4 different global regions, including the ocean beds of Coral Island. A lot of reading. Interestingly, although there is no established direct link, mythical kelp appears to thrive near unidentifiable ruins. We'll come back to read the rest another day. Not gonna have me dizzy. It's reading. Take the garbage out later. I'm here to donate my bottle. Sorry, didn't mean to do that. A magic lamp. And we'll drop that off and get to diving. And yeah, there's enough time to clear those 3. Follow the retreating route. Now I wonder on the map, can I see? I guess I have to be over by it. Pull up my, there we go. You can't see the chicken, I was just looking to see. Hover marked. Boom, boom. Bim, 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 bim. Bum, 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 bum. I don't need to check on her. She's gonna be fine. You are so cute. Oh, I didn't need to bring all of this. Oh. I have to go up and then come back. I will. Didn't have to though. Another seahorse. Some salt. I'm not interested in scrapping glass. I have to go back up because if I get a coffer, think about it. but I'll stay. A lot of trouble getting over here. Yeah, and of course it's... Oh, it's the middle. Okay. Is that it? Another. Today's a good day. Wait for this one. Alright. Yes. Okay, that's perfect. I got a coffer and a seahorse. You're pressing it multiple times. Oh, there's another coffer. See, I gotta come back. Is that all three? Or is that just two of them? Just two. See, there's a whole other one. Let me take my butt upstairs and come back. Can only mean one thing. Ever Ever since I left the city, you. I never seen before. You used to call me on my cell phone. Late night when I need my love. Call me on my cell phone. Late night when you need my love. I don't want it to be that far away, but you never know. Aha! Surprise, surprise! Flower hat jellyfish? That's cool. Ooh, what is Calico scallop? And what is this? Hmm. There's some salt. Then I'm gonna go back. Because I don't see the stuff moving out of my way. Yeah, the retreating root, that's what it's called. Okay. Let me put this here just in case I ever just wanna... Oh, wrong thing. Yeah, we gotta clear it. Can't just follow. Oh, that's a new creature. Hold on, I'm trying to get it. Whelk. Carnivorous despite its cute appearance. Okay. Let me get the silver kelp and then we will be out of here. There's another starfish. Look at it. Or not starfish. Seahorse. Food. Can't pass up food. And let me just go ahead and eat one of them. I can see and move, you know? reality, it's probably quicker to just go up. I think it's that way. Jellyfish is so pretty. Is this ready to harvest? No. Away. Good, we got some seeds. There's two. I still don't see the octopus that I had put in here. Oh, and you know what I was gonna look for? I should have done this before. 3. It's journal. Now they look exactly the same. Maybe they're sisters. I always forget to make sure nothing needs to be offered. Firefly needs to be offered. Shoot, the silk moth needs to be offered. I should have saved it. I remember Cecropia, yes. Oh! Lionfish needs to be offered. Catfish. I've spent more than I've earned. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Alright. I've almost completed back here. Well, then I think it comes up here. Is this something I can eat? It is. We need to have those open. We have enough food. And it can be produced into sugar. I don't know how to yet. But I want to put the seeds away. Everything else is food or coffer. Let me see if we can put it away. Go in the coop. Are you in here? Aw, she's in here asleep. Game is like, I just want to keep playing. Oh, I need to go get some of the maple syrup. Wood sign, more health and stamina. Can I have a skill point? Oh, sure with Macy. Everything can be harvested. Right. Let me let Erica out and let her. Actually, let me go in the coop. Is that an egg? Is that for me? Is that an egg? Oh my gosh. I'm so confused. Why can't I pet her? Is that an egg? I'm so excited. I can't even. I guess you have to let them out to be able to get stuff. Come on, higher, girl. Hi. She's looking good. She's looking okay. Got an egg. And it's bronze quality. Okay, okay. So proud of that egg. We're not gonna eat it. We're gonna save it. We'll eat it eventually. Put it with the artifacts. I'm so excited. Okay, we have mail. Ooh, I can't believe this. We actually reached our pig starter goal in just one day. Wow, they were gonna give it a week. Oh man, this is so exciting. I didn't think we'd get there so fast. Since we hit our goal so early, we're adding some stretch goals for the campaign. Basically, our museum is gonna be bigger and grander than originally planned, but I'll have to talk to Mayor Connie and Millie about it. I'll update you soon. Alright, so basically what I want to do is put this back, put that back, put that back, because we're not going in the mine. Means we also don't need that. All of this is food, and then of course we need those. Let me go down. I'm so excited about underwater. much trash, but okay. Wood? What am I gonna do with wood? Go ahead and leave little seahorse. Actually, no. Get you. Harvestable. What? Oh, that's enough. It looked like a coffer, at least. Let me make sure. I could have had another 10% better. I don't ever sprint, so. I can guess what happened today. water is spreading out. Okay. Okay, it is the left. Oh no, it's not. There's some food. Oh, there's another one of those things. I could eat that. Nope. Okay. Silver. Mm. Only 12:30. I have not been getting coffers today. I still have the same amount of coffers as I came down with. I don't know what that's about. Hmm. Well, almost missed it. It's time to go. We're gonna go this way. Whoa. Oh, what was that? I saw Merfolk. You did? I saw through Kibble. I haven't seen him in so long. I saw everything. Oh, I haven't heard that language in years. I want to know her secret. You don't understand them, do you? Don't worry, I can fix that. Oh, but I need your diving suit. No, then you won't be able to dive at all. Oh, never mind. I have a spare. I'll work on that instead. I'll talk to you soon. Okay, bye. I'm so happy. I should have just gone to that one, really. I'm so used to just dumping stuff. Gosh, this makes it so much easier. Pearl chain. Prehistoric bowl. Cool. Okay, so I have Welk. I don't think I have to, but let me double check. Yeah, he's fine. They're fine. Good. It's just that I could offer. Oh, nothing in the ocean. Should have spoken to the brothers. Oh well. I don't have potatoes. Sorry. And it's too late in the season for me to. Who's a good boy? Too late in the season for me to plant them. Even though I probably should buy some seeds. Then next spring I'll be ready. I just don't have much money. Two rewards. Okay. Oh, looks like a cactus, but I'm pretty sure it's not. Let's go this way. Boom, 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 boom. Mm -mm 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 -mm. Mm -mm 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 -mm. We have mail. I wanted to get you this spring frittata recipe for spring frittata as a little gift. Don't let the name fool you. You can make this any time of year as long as you have the ingredients. Well, that's nice. Oh. Mm. Okay. Ah, 5 and 5. Nice. Okay, let me go get. Do I want. Okay, there's some stuff. Get rid of the thicker. Here, because all these trees. Mm-mm. Alright, we have 11. Let's see what's going on the computer. Or not on the computer, on the TV. Let me see. Detective. Masked Detective, Arc 1. I try to be as normal as possible. Normal clothes, normal job. I already stand out enough with my hair and eyes. No need to make it any worse. Moki, Moki. Unfortunately for me, I have a gift that I can't ignore. I will always search for the truth. Excuse me, ma'am. I heard you're looking for a Moki. Yes, my cute little doggy. I think someone took her. Last time I saw her, she was napping in here. Interesting. Gotcha. She's here, ma'am. Oh, Mr. Sato, Mr. Sato. I was about to call you, but a telemarketer called me and wouldn't let me hang up. Moki just... Oh, Mrs. Moki just wandered in here. I think she smelled the ribs I was cooking. Thank God. Moki, how did you get there? I can answer that. Moki left through the open back door of your house. Then she snuck through this loose fence and walked all the way here. There's a loose fence? I need to get that fixed immediately. You naughty puppy, don't you ever do that again. Thank you so much, young man. Let me make you a cup of tea as thanks. No need, ma'am. Seeing Moki safe is all the reward I need. Well, case closed. Back to normal life for me. Clear and sunny. Ugh. Thing. Am I gonna play today or no? A regular egg. I think. Alright. I'm gonna end it here. So when I come back, I'll have 300. We'll figure out what we're gonna do. I think we're still gonna go be downstairs or down under the water. Or should I do that now? Just do that now. Okay, good. She is looking good. 2 days old. Yeah, let me just do it now and get rid of those in my pocket. And call her outside. Oh, you know what? I do need to go back here because yeah. Definitely saving me energy. Oh, good. See? It's only 8 o'clock. Oh, and there's still, I forgot there's 3. Boom, 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 boom. One more. amber pen shell. You know what? I have this. Why am I doing all this? Was that not supposed to be used underwater? Oh shoot. I wasted it, I guess. Now, is this? Okay. Gooseneck barnacle once again. Okay. What are these green things? Hmm. Mantis shrimp. The fact that I have no coffers is weird. Let's see, is there? Ooh. Skunk cleaner shrimp. Hmm. I think that's one that I need to... Oh, I didn't mean to move that. Um... Yeah, offered. Okay, so we won't be eating that. Need this to be... Still no coffers. That's crazy. Need this to open. Right, let's go up. We didn't get it today. Mm-hmm. Let me get some shells and stuff. Oh, I didn't bring anything to be able. Fishing. Oh, Raj. Not too worried about much the coffee shop makes. Creating the perfect cup of coffee is where my mind is. Each individual cup. Mm. Mm-mm-mm. Let's say hello to her if I can. Congrats on your Kickstarter campaign. A big success, I heard. No. And having a busy Friday? He's always eating. Sometimes. Um, I'm on the side of the beach. So shiny. Oh, very full. Alright, so let's go. Go, do the offering. Oh, yeah. I need an egg. We'll be back. Blue mussel, king scallop, green urchin. No new spot. Mantis and skunkling. Cool. Few different animals in here. Really want to see the octopus. I know I keep saying that, but I really do. Well, I haven't really been eating that because I could have stayed down there a little bit longer. But it's fine. Back inside. For some reason it wouldn't let me call her inside, probably because she's already here. Okay. Let me forage. I don't know why I was going that way. Oh. Game of Cones. Hi viewers, welcome to Game of Cones, a fight for the right to be king of cuisine. As always, oh my gosh, our judge is the meanie with the heart of gold, Chef Gordy Ramses. Today we have two contestants trying to win the heart and stomach of our stony chef here. Gordy, tell our chefs here what today's theme is. Today's theme is simple and something every good chef should know how to do. Soup. Any soup will do. Chefs go cook. And they're off. Let's check on our first chef. Chef Rob, tell us, chef, what are you making today? I'm keeping it simple. Growing up, one of my favorite meals is a hearty tomato soup with grilled cheese sandwiches. That's what I'm gonna make today. Sounds delicious. Let's go to our other contestant, Chef Macy. Chef, what will you be serving our grumpy chef? I live by the ocean and it irks me that people throw away perfectly good fish heads. I want to show everyone how easy it is to cook delicious fish head soup. Oh my goodness. I don't think I've had that before. Let's ask our surly chef what he thinks. Gordy, what makes a good soup? It can be a full hearty meal or a side dish that perfectly complements the main, but here I'm looking for a soup that can stand on its own, filling, warm, and hearty. And it looks like our chefs are done. Let's take a look at our first dish. What do you think, Gordy? Oh, very nice. I like the little bit of kick the ginger gives, and the head's perfectly thick in the soup. Well done. Let's move to the second dish. How about this one, Gordy? I love good tomato soup. This is certainly an upgrade from the classic, but I don't know if it has enough of that wow factor. Delicious nonetheless. Both chefs delivered great dishes, but I think Chef Rob's won today's challenge. Simple, consistent, and reminds me of the days my mother would take care of me when I was sick. Congratulations, Chef Rob. Not only have you melted the Grinch's heart, you also win a lifetime supply of tomatoes and the cast iron throne. Wow, thank you. That throne doesn't look very comfortable, isn't it? It isn't, Rob. Thanks for everyone watching. We'll see you in the next episode. Sunny. Boo. More stamina and health. Dehydrator and a scrap sign. See what's going on. The perfect place to end it. I love ending it when I see what's gonna happen the next time. Oh. Ginger V finally emerged. Quickly follow me to the lab. It's ready. I've been waiting for you. You're a pretty slow walker. Okay. I didn't get much sleep last night because I was so excited to show you this. Here, let me show you. This is the Diving Suit 2.0. Not a very exciting name, I know, but it works. I've added a speaker and a mic in your mouthpiece, an earpiece, and a little processor that'll process and translate all merfolk language. Not only that, I added a little display on your goggles. It'll also translate any written merfolk language. You'll need it, trust me. Yeah, this is done fast. She's been waiting for someone to do this. Thanks, Liam. I'm so excited to talk to the merfolks again. Yeah, let's do that. Let's talk to them again. I'm somewhat jealous, if only... Well, I think that's all. Have fun in the waters. Goddess above, I can't wait to see what else you'll discover down there. Can't she go in the ocean? Do. Tells me she did something. Okay, Scott going on again. I can't believe it. People are still donating. Millie and I talked about it, and we want to honor the backers. We'll have a new room in the museum with the names of all the contributors engraved on the walls and statues for the higher level backers. We'll call it the Founders Hall. We want this to be a grand memento of the people who've helped us to this point. Cool, and let's see what quality egg. No, because that doesn't matter, because the quality egg I get right now, because I'm not going to actually play today, to change. Regular egg. Alright, so we've got our egg. Better, even though it's an exit. Okay. And yep, there's still hay, which is perfect because we keep letting. Alright, so I am going to end it there. Fun. Don't think I'll be back on tomorrow. But yeah, I don't know. Anyways, I'm sitting here trying to think of when, but all right, well, thank you for hanging out and hope you have a great rest of your night. Bye.